Macam terlangut sikit, kenapa? Kan? You tak rasa terlangut sikit? Kalau saya tengok bawah. Okey. Kamera ni boleh genjak sikit tak? Dia macam ganggu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable guests, Professor Datin Dr. Samim Abdul Karim, Dean of Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University of Malaya, Managements of Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University of Malaya, Program Chair of Dinowex 2021, Madam Masidayu Mat Sabri, distinguished speakers, Mr. Azran Osman Rani, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Naluri, Mr. Hazwan Najib, Director and co-founder of Dr. On Call Malaysia, Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Abdul Wahid, Medical Director and Consultant Clinical Oncologist from Beacon Hospital, Petaling Jaya, and Dr. Peter Blanchfield, Director of iBit Software Limited, Nottingham. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, participants, students, academicians, and representatives from the industries. Welcome to the first International Digital Innovations in Wellness Exhibitions, Dinowex 2021. This event is organized by the Department of Computer System and Technology, Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University of Malaya, together with FSKTM Technovations. Dinowex, with the theme this year, Enhancing Quality of Life Through Technology, is a virtual exhibition of new and innovative digital multimedia product and concept developed for health and wellness. Through this exhibition, inventors, innovators, and developers will have the opportunity to showcase their work to the public and network with potential collaborators for future inventions, as well as find opportunities for commercialization of their product. To begin our event, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Ainuddin Wahid to recite the dua.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أشرف المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, sesungguhnya pada hari ini kami berkumpul kerana-Mu untuk mengisi seluruh hidup kami dengan keredaan-Mu. Kami merafakkan rasa kesyukuran kepada-Mu kerana telah mengizinkan kami untuk bersama dalam program pada hari ini. Allahumma ya Allah, in this glorious day, in conjunction with the opening ceremony of the International Digital Innovation in Wellness Exhibition 2021, or Dinowex 2021, we uphold our hands to pray gratefully, to thank on your infinite favor to us, till we can live in peace and harmony, to perform our tasks as your servants. Allahumma ya Hayyum, ya Qayyum, ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram. We ask your blessings to make this exhibition in success. You are the mercy of the mercies, and you are the Lord of the universe. We ask for your knowledge, which is beneficial, your sustenance, which is good, and your deeds, which are acceptable. Ya Allah, ya Rahim, hiasilah diri kami dengan sifat terpuji, muliakanlah kami dengan ketakwaan, dan indahkanlah diri kami dengan kesihatan yang sempurna. Allahumma inna a'udzubika minal baras wal junun wal juzam wa min sayyi'il asqam. Bismillahilladzi la yadurru ma'asmihi syai'un fil ardi wa la fis sama' wa huwas sami'un alim. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin.
Thank you, Dr. Ainuddin. To officiate our event, I am pleased to invite Professor Datin Dr. Samim Abdul Karim, Dean of Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University of Malaya, to give her welcoming speech.
Thank you, Madam MC. Assalamualaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim A. Wahid, Medical Director of Beacon Hospital, Petaling Jaya, Dr. Peter Blanchfield, Technical Director of IBIT Software Limited, UK, Mr. Azran Osmanrani, CEO and co-founder of Naluri, Mr. Hazwan Najib, Director and co-founder of DrOnCall.com.my, Madam Masidayu Muhammad Sabri, Chairperson of Dinowex 2021. First of all, I would like to warmly welcome everyone to the inaugural International Digital Innovation in Wellness Exhibition, Dinowex 2021. Innovation in health and wellness is something that needs to be encouraged and supported. It involves, among others, finding ways to raise health awareness, seeking more efficient methods to treat illness and to improve people's well-being. To further drive innovation in Malaysia, the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, MOSTI, launched the National Policy on Science, Technology and Innovation, or Dasar Sains Teknologi dan Inovasi Negara, DSTIN 2021-2030. The vision to make Malaysia a high technology nation by 2030. Therefore, there is no better time than now to promote and discuss about digital innovations in wellness. Dinowex 2021 is an exhibition of new and innovative digital multimedia products and concepts developed for health and wellness. The exhibition provides an opportunity for inventors, innovators, and developers to showcase their work to the public and connect with potential collaborators for future inventions. It is also a platform which allows various stakeholders to explore potential avenues for commercialization. The theme for this inaugural Dinowex is enhancing quality of life through technology. I believe that the theme is aptly relevant in today's world when technology is advancing at a rapid pace and has been shown to aid in improving people's lives. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, 3D printing, virtual reality, VR, augmented reality, AR, wearables, 5G, and robotics are transforming the health and wellness field for the better, far and wide. The internet, web, and mobile technology all play a vital role in providing the much needed services. With all the technologies that have been developed so far, we should not fear that such technology will replace us soon. In fact, advancement in technology is something that we should readily embrace. And both human and technology need each other to create a better future for all of us. I hope all of you will stay throughout the event and listen to our distinguished panel of keynote and invited speakers. You can also visit the various online exhibitions on display at Dinowex's website. We also have a series of workshops lined up for tomorrow's event. Please do interact with each other and gain as much knowledge as possible about the digital innovation that is happening in the area of wellness. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare the International Digital Innovation in Wellness Exhibition, Dinowex 2021, officially open. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Samim. To mark the beginning of Dinowex 2021, Let us together watch the launching montage.
Apa dia?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to have two invited speakers this morning to share with us their knowledge and experience in producing innovations. Our first speaker, Mr. Azran Osman Rani, is the CEO and co-founder of Naluri, a digital health therapeutics startup that is looking into making chronic disease and mental health care more accessible and affordable. To highlight some of his notable achievements, Mr. Azran has been part of successful startup teams such as iFlix, which is an internet television service that currently operates across 20 countries, as well as being one of the founding CEO for AsiaX that pioneered the long-haul, low-cost airline model, which now grows 1 billion USD in revenue, 2,500 employees, and a public listing in 6 years, breaking many low-cost airline industry conventions and introducing innovations. So without further ado, please give a warm welcome to our first speaker, Mr. Azran Osman Rani, who will be giving his talk entitled Transforming Healthcare Through Digital Therapeutics.
Oh, thank you very much for that warm introduction and for inviting me to share what my team at Naluri has been developing at this International Digital Innovation in Wellness Exhibition 2021. After almost 2 years of remote work, for us, what we do now know is that we cannot simply run our remote meetings and remote teams the same way that we do with the same way that we run physical meetings. Similarly, digital transformation has limited meaning. Oh, sorry. Was I mute? Should I start again? Can you guys hear me now? Okay.
Yes, can.
Okay, because I can't read the chat, so please avoid sending me messages on the chat. Anyway, I do want to thank you for inviting me to share what my team at Naluri has been developing at this International Digital Innovation and Wellness Exhibition. What I wanted to start by saying is that after almost 2 years of remote work and remote conferences, we know we simply cannot run team meetings or conferences virtually the same way we run physical in-person meetings. Similarly, digital transformation has limited meaning or impact if it just digitizes the same physical process, right? Like moving from a paper form to PDF. So real value is created only when we reimagine a solution that solves the real challenges of the physical product or service. So today I want to talk to you about Naluri's approach to reimagining healthcare. Because if healthcare 1.0 is where patients go to a physical clinic or hospital, and healthcare 2.0 to me is the PDF version, right? Where patients access care from digital telemedicine platforms. So same conversations, just having it on a Zoom-like feature instead of in person. We want to imagine, what does healthcare 3.0 look like using digital therapeutics? So digital therapeutics delivers medical interventions directly to patients using evidence-based and clinically evaluated software to either treat, manage, or prevent a broad spectrum of diseases and disorders. And since I started at Naluri in 2017, initially with just one intern and one fresh graduate working in my dining room at home, the team at Naluri has grown to 120 full-time employees who today serve over 80 corporate clients and has touched the lives of over 250,000 people across 4 countries. We're passionate about addressing some of the major challenges in healthcare today that conventional digital health platforms are not solving. Today, more people die from suicide than all the wars, murders, and terrorism combined. And similarly, more people die from reversible lifestyle chronic diseases like diabetes than all infectious diseases combined, including COVID-19. And while many are racing to address these crises of humanity, few see the connection between diabetes and depression, or heart disease and anxiety, or the value in addressing physical and mental health in an integrated manner. So I wanted to build Nellore after recalling when my father passed away 10 years ago from cancer and diabetes. And I saw how the doctors were mainly focused on his physical health, medications, chemo, surgery, but no one focused on his mental health as his condition deteriorated over time. We were not even aware of the signs of depression and anxiety then. And my co-founders, Dr. Tiffany Ong, a psychologist, and Dr. Jeremy Ting, a medical doctor, joined me because they too saw the potential of a new model of integrated healthcare system that provides end-to-end care for patients. And we believe technology today can make personalized and holistic care much more affordable, much more accessible, and convenient. And as we now shift from COVID-19 pandemic management to living with it as an endemic and returning back to our offices and traveling, it's also important to be mindful that while vaccines are effective in reducing the likelihood of contracting the virus and reducing the severity of viral symptoms if there is a breakthrough contraction, the two major healthcare crises in a post-pandemic world. First, for those who do contract the virus, you are over 10 times at risk of hospitalization or death if you have chronic disease risk factors than if you do not. And unfortunately, our society has become more urbanized, right, with more fast food and less physical activity, and the rate of chronic disease risk factors is alarming. 1 in 5 people have diabetes, right? And another 2 out of 5 are at pre-diabetic blood sugar levels. 1 in 3 have hypertension or high blood pressure, and another 1/3 are already at pre-hypertensive blood pressure levels. Even higher rates of 2 in 5 with high cholesterol or dyslipidemia, and 1 in 2 are overweight. And this pandemic has also shown a spotlight on mental distress, particularly depression, anxiety, and stress, where 1 in 3 of us have elevated levels of psychological distress. And I'll share later why this trend will accelerate much faster. So consequently, we need radically different solutions to handle these healthcare crises beyond what is being offered by traditional healthcare service providers and beyond telemedicine. So Nellore, as a next generation digital therapeutics model, aims to address 3 shortcomings that we see with traditional healthcare, whether it's that 1.0 where patients go to that physical clinic or hospital, or healthcare 2.0 where patients access care from telemedicine platforms. So what's healthcare 3.0? First, 1.0 and 2.0 models are reactive and transactional, right? People wait until they're sick and then they go see a doctor, whether at a hospital, clinic, or to book a session via a telemedicine platform. And with that consultation, the doctor may assess the patient, provide a diagnosis and maybe a prescription, and the patient goes back home. However, that model does not work with chronic conditions like diabetes, heart diseases, cancer, and even mental health, which cannot be fixed with a single consultation visit, a single treatment or therapy session. Care is needed over months and years to help that patient change their lifestyles and become healthier. But much more frequent interactions where healthcare professionals move from a transactional model to an ongoing coaching and monitoring can be costly and inconvenient if it requires frequent live one-on-one sessions. And the next problem that we see in today's healthcare delivery is that it is siloed. Right? Healthcare has become specialized. If you see a cardiologist, she will only focus on your heart. A gastroenterologist focuses on your gut health, right? A dietitian helps with your food, and a psychologist helps improve your mental health. But health, particularly chronic conditions, are interrelated. There are clear correlations between diabetes and depression, between heart diseases and anxiety, and specifically 2 out of 3 people with chronic diseases also experience mental distress. So we envision an integrated behavioral health model where we move from single doctors or specialists to a coordinated multidisciplinary team that supports each patient, putting that patient at the center, rather than making the patient see individual specialists and having to figure out how different aspects of health and medicine fit together. And finally, healthcare today is only activity-based and not outcomes-based. Digital health apps tend to focus on activities like number of steps taken or number of calories consumed or hours slept or monitoring fluid intake. But these healthy activities may not actually generate actual health improvements. Likewise, right, patients or their insurance pay doctors based on time or consultation, but not on actually delivering health improvements. So we see a need for solutions that are outcomes-based, improving actual health metrics like weight loss or blood sugar reduction, blood pressure improvement, cholesterol reduction, and quantitative improvements in stress, anxiety, and depression. So we imagine a future where payers and providers have aligned incentives when clinically significant health improvements are delivered and success or outcomes-based fees are paid. And this will also enable insurers to reprice risk strategically at a more personalized level. So how do we do this? We usually start a program by helping our clients conduct health assessments, whether it's through a blood test to get baseline measurements of HbA1c, blood sugar, and cholesterol, to measure weight and blood pressure. And we work with the largest independent diagnostic labs to conduct either on-site health screening events where teams of phlebotomists help to screen many people at a low cost, or even to send them to individual homes to do so. And at the same time, we also conduct online screening for depression, anxiety, and stress using a DAS21 survey for employee assistance programs, or more commonly, combining both physical and mental health measurements. And there are strong correlations between those with high levels of depression, anxiety, and stress, and high levels of diabetes, blood pressure, and high cholesterol. We then work with healthcare payers, whether it's corporate employers themselves or insurers, to help them profile the health risk baselines of the employees and policyholders, and then analyze historical costs, both direct costs of medical treatments and the indirect cost of sick leave and lost productivity or presenteeism. So for example, right, someone with 5 out of 5 risk factors, diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, obesity, and elevated mental distress, on average costs their employer 25,000 ringgit a year. And typically a cohort of enrolled employees into our program after the health screening has about 3 comorbidities and costs the employer about 12,000 ringgit per year. But in a typical 4 to 6 months of digital therapeutics coaching and monitoring, about 60% of that cohort would have achieved at least one clinically significant improvement, bringing the average cohort profile from the green curve initially of 3 risk factors at about 12,000 ringgit a year to 2 risk factors on the median that cost the employer about 8,000 ringgit a year. And therefore, employers can then expect about 4,000 ringgit per year savings as a result of this program, which translates to a 4 to 5 times return on investment. So we're helping to change the industry from only measuring healthcare based on consumption metrics, like the number of employees using healthcare or medical services or costs, to a health outcomes and economic impact model. Now, allow me to drill down further into the state of mental health. In our 4 years, we've now amassed the largest mental health database in the region, with over 100,000 people completing a mental health screening using an internationally validated scale called DAS21. And typically, about 40% have elevated levels of depression, 60% have elevated levels of anxiety, and 30% have elevated levels of stress. Of this, between 7 and 20% have clinical levels of severity, where these people are no longer able to perform their daily tasks and need professional care and intervention. So first, if you feel this, you're not alone. Now, we're also able to look at how these levels change over time, especially to compare periods pre-pandemic and during the months of the pandemic, and how it spikes up when lockdowns are introduced and when it ameliorates when restrictions are relaxed. Now, interestingly, when we slice the data deeper, we see an interesting generational or age factor where young millennials, those under 30 years old, have between 40 to 79% higher levels of depression and anxiety compared to older people above 40 years old. And this is why many leaders and bosses can't relate to or understand why their younger employees are facing mental health pressures at a much higher intensity than what they experience themselves. And there are multiple factors that contribute to these generational differences, from financial stress because cost of living escalation are outstripping wage increases, a digital lifestyle with too many choices that lead to a fear of missing out, shorter attention spans from digital notifications, or inexperience of hardships and setbacks to bounce back from. But more than just numbers though, right, is that they're real people, real lives that we have the privilege to help them transform and become healthy. So here's a story of this gentleman on the left, right? He works as a supervisor based at an oil and gas downstream plant in Terengganu. In his early 40s, he's a father of 3 school-going children and prides himself in ensuring the basic needs of his family are fulfilled. And going through his daily routine, he struggled to manage his work demands and family commitments, right? In addition, his work shifts required his full attention, not only to preserve safety at the workplace, but to also care for his team. And with all these responsibilities on his shoulders, he eventually developed emotional eating, continuously snacking, especially on oily foods, and a binge eating habit as a coping mechanism for stress. And the series of unhealthy eating habits and non-compliance towards medication worsened his health. And he was diagnosed with diabetes in 2015. He's tried to lose weight before, but never succeeded. And he was declared unfit to work upon failing his mandatory annual medical assessment with a high BMI of 33.4, high cholesterol of 5.97, an HbA1c blood sugar of 10.6%, and blood pressure of 165/118. And this led to a severe dampening of his self-esteem, which put him at a risk of entering a vicious cycle and further unhealthy lifestyle patterns. And so with the guidance of his Nullary coaches, he was inspired to recover from his condition. His dietitian and fitness coaches closely monitored and assisted him, ensuring a balanced diet and exercise routine, while his psychologist monitored his emotional stability, stress management, and resilience throughout his journey. And he received tremendous encouragement from his support group and knew that he was not alone. And in 16 weeks, he successfully lost 21.5% of his weight and lowered his total cholesterol level down to 4.16, managed to lower his HbA1c level from 10.6% all the way down to 6.2% without diabetic medication, and his blood pressure reduced to 131/90. Right. So to me, this is a very important part of the ability for us to really make a difference on individual health. Now, at this point, it's important to mention that there are 2 broad models of digital therapeutic models. One is where care is delivered by human healthcare professionals, and the digital tools and AI technology are enablers. And another model uses pure AI without any human intervention. So Nullary is built as the former because we believe that the human touch, the trust, the connection, and having a meaningful therapeutic relationship with the patient is still vital, but technology can help to amplify the reach and efficiency by an order of magnitude, enabling healthcare professionals to serve 10 times as many patients compared to one-to-one consultations. Now, by taking a quantitative risk profiling approach, we can then tailor different interventions and programs for people at different risk categories, right? And most importantly, as part of a preventive approach, is to also focus on those who are assessed at the normal or healthy levels, that green zone. And very few health programs cater to this segment, since we tend to expect people to get sick and need help and wait until they take their own initiative to seek help. And so our corporate clients rightfully see a significant opportunity to create programs to engage the segment so that they maintain their healthy levels and reduce the probability of cases where their health deteriorates to levels where they need more expensive care. So a big part of this is education activities, regular bite-sized communications, webinars, virtual fitness classes, and also a resilience e-learning program so that employees can learn how to build healthy mindsets, motivations, and proactively set healthy lifestyle habits that will stick. And for those with early risk factors, we found that behavioral health programs through digital coaching are effective to improve their health, right? So if someone has early risk of diabetes or hypertension, depression, or anxiety, focusing on lifestyle modifications like sleep, stress management, or managing relationship conflicts can be more engaging rather than an overt mental health program. But for those in that severe or critical levels, we do provide more traditional in-person care or consultation sessions. And we've even found that having a 24/7 care line is important to provide short-term service when someone experiences a critical episode and needs immediate attention. We've even added a WhatsApp service that links to our back-end digital coaching platform to enable multiple counselors to serve WhatsApp users. And I'll tell you more about that, about why WhatsApp could be a big breakthrough over traditional telephone helplines. Now, for those in that lifestyle modification coaching programs, once they enroll, they're assigned a multidisciplinary team of professionals to personally coach them, led by their own health psychologist over a period of several months. And the main mode of communication is text-based chat, which moves away from the one-on-one live model that requires setting appointments and coordinating schedules to a more free-flowing chat thread over the coaching period. But we've also added a video service so that, where for those people who do need kind of that personal connection at that time are able to do so. And we then are also able to collect microfacial expressions and audio data points to predict someone's likely emotional state. And even as part of this multidisciplinary care team, we've added executive coaches and financial planners because work-related stress and money problems are the main causes of stress among our members. We then created a curriculum of over 100 mini bite-sized topics that the coaches can assign members throughout the coaching journey to increase the convenience of explaining concepts, asking diagnostic questions to understand each member, and to provide instructional video and information. And these are grouped into groundwork modules for initial assessments, diet and nutrition modules, exercise and movement modules, stress management and self-care, understanding chronic conditions, managing finances, and even maintaining success to reduce the likelihood of relapse and to build self-reliant skills. And even with our WhatsApp service, we can access these modules using simple HTML links, making WhatsApp service much more efficient than counselors having to just type all communications, typing all diagnostic questions, or explaining concepts. We then introduced a visual recognition AI technology in the form of a digital food journal, which can recognize photos uploaded by our members, and our clinical dietitians provide personalized guidance based on their specific conditions and health goals. And we've now seen how food journaling, when combined with glucose monitoring, enables personalization of diet and nutrition advice to a completely new level. Because different people can eat the same food, right? Like white rice or ice cream, and have completely different glucose sensitivities. In fact, one person eating the same foods at different times of day can also have different glucose reactions. And food journaling can also be an important intervention even for mental health conditions like depression. Because with mental health, one of the basic principles of support is to build mindfulness and a sense of control rather than helplessness. And making explicit food choices is something most people do 2 or 3 times a day, rather than expecting them to add additional mindfulness exercises on top of their busy daily lives. But we have built a thought journal that our psychologists use to help our members better understand the emotions that they feel using simple emoticons, and then helping them refrain unhelpful thoughts and beliefs using an evidence-based cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT framework. And once our members move from an assessment and goal setting phase to an action phase, they use our planner feature to set challenges for themselves, and the app sends automatic reminders to nudge them to do what they plan to do, right? Whether it's specific food habits, exercise routines, self-care, or even reminders to take medication. Members then respond to those reminders by saying, yes, I did it, or no, I did not. And the coaches can then monitor their progress and change and personalize coaching protocols accordingly. And the final user feature are Bluetooth connected devices, such as weighing scales, blood pressure monitors, and glucometers to provide regular monitoring during the program, in addition to that main blood test at the start and at the end of the program. And again, this enables the healthcare team to track each member's health progress closely while they're at home and adjust coaching protocols accordingly. So our goal is to provide those human professional coaches with the tools and decision support systems to communicate with their clients 10 times more than they would be able to with just live one-on-one conversations, but also increasing the effectiveness of care at the same time because of the amount of data and real-time analysis. And so we do this by taking all the digital inputs from the words that they type in the chats with coaches, their module responses, their food and thought journal entries, and their planner activities to feed into our proprietary and patented behavior change prediction model that helps coaches, how do I prioritize which client needs what attention at the right time? Because not everyone needs the same amount of attention. We've also then started to quantify the emotional state of a member using natural language processing from their chats in order to understand whether they are sustaining their health plans or facing resistance. We predict potential depression and emotional states so that we can then proactively reach out and help. And our WhatsApp care line is linked to this, right? Adding more intelligence functionality instead of just relying on human counselors to make their own individual judgments. So because we collect quantitative measurements of physical and mental health states of our Nullery members at the start and end of the program, we can match these outcomes data against engagement and activity data to learn how do we personalize care. So for example, right, by quantifying readiness to change as a construct, using an index based on the change and sustain phrases, our coaches can then visualize a health journey of each member, seeing where they are on a positive upward trajectory and can be guided using more self-help features. And if they see a downward trajectory, they can dive in and spend more time with that member to get them back on track. So remember that gentleman who I talked about earlier who achieved his health transformation? This is his actual readiness to change pattern over a 4-month period. So change is not a nice linear journey, but if we know when to intervene and handhold and when to back off and allow a self-help state, we can improve effectiveness and efficiency of human professional coaching together. Now, NLP technology also allows us to monitor emotional sentiment. This is an actual example of a 32-year-old Malay woman who started our program with a neutral emotional state, focusing on reducing her weight through diet and exercise coaching. But midway through her program, we detected a significant dip in her emotional state, subtle changes to verbs, nouns, and sentence structures, and we proactively reached out to her. Turns out she was very depressed and expressed suicide ideation. She did not reach out for help. We reached out to her. And that's the proactive care breakthrough that we're building. So we use digital tools and artificial intelligence to systematize the predictable so that we can humanize the exceptional. So while the Nullery digital app that I shared is core to our work with corporate employers to provide personalized behavioral health coaching for employees with health risks, we've also launched a Nullery Lite version using WhatsApp as part of our community contributions to provide care available to anyone in Malaysia to get professional mental health counseling. Because the problem with existing helplines like Befrienders is that it's only manned by volunteers rather than professionals. And there's a long wait time, right? Often 15 to 20 minutes on hold before someone picks up the phone. Same with other volunteer helplines like Talian Kasih. With Nullery's telephone helpline, with our dedicated team of professional counselors, we now are averaging a 15 to 20 second wait time. But more importantly is what we've noticed with WhatsApp chat, is that there is a 6 times higher preference. When we ran a World Mental Health Day campaign throughout October, after volunteering to complete a DAS-21 assessment, 6 times as many people preferred to reach out via WhatsApp text, right? 15,710 people compared to 2,710 people who wanted to call and speak to a live human. And the overwhelming majority of those who preferred to reach out via WhatsApp text are the younger under 25 segments. Now, another issue that I think is very important to overcome is how do we create a work culture that proactively looks out for and supports colleagues so that we make it a team's collective responsibility to look out for one another instead of placing the onus on the one person who's feeling overwhelmed, who's feeling mentally distressed to reach out and get help by themselves. When passive employee assistance programs expect employees to reach out for help, only 2% do, even though we know 30 to 40% are distressed. And sometimes, even when we have good intentions to support our colleagues, our approach could make the situation worse. So we developed a framework called CARE, which provides guidance on how to support each other, to address emotional pressures early before they deteriorate into serious levels of depression and anxiety. So C is checking for signs and symptoms of burnout, right? Including disengagement, sleep disruption, fatigue, muscle soreness, changes in appetite, fever, and dizziness, especially if these persist for more than a week. A is about applying non-judgmental conversation. How do I do that? How do I ask open-ended questions? How do I affirm my colleagues' feelings instead of falling into the trap of wanting to quickly solve the problem and tell them what to do, or to share your experience because it's about them, it's not about you. R is about reassuring them that support is available. And I'll share more on this afterwards. And E is knowing when to escalate, when help is needed, and then following up to ensure that our colleagues are indeed getting that help. So we've built a simple web-based app and an e-learning program so that anyone can easily have a guide on how do I support my colleague at any time when I see someone in a distressed state. So we believe this is a game changer technology, right? Moving from live one-on-one conversations to an asynchronous, ongoing relationship, which can increase the reach by tenfold while maintaining effectiveness, especially in Southeast Asia, where there's an acute and dire shortage of healthcare professionals. Markets like Malaysia and Indonesia have 50 times less mental health care professionals to the population as compared to developed markets in Australia and Europe, right? So if you think about Malaysia, where we have less than 500 psychiatrists, we've got less than 300 practicing clinical psychologists, our capacity to support is only a few 100,000 Malaysians, but yet 7 to 9 million Malaysians will need help. So that one-on-one model inherently is limiting. And that is why telemedicine will not be able to have that broad reach unless we think of a completely new model. And in Naluri's case, for example, a psychologist, if I only did live one-on-one therapy sessions or video sessions, I maxed out at 50 clients a month. But Naluri psychologists are able to help over 500 people in that same 1 month. So how do we build predictive, proactive, and professional care? And how do we deliver it conveniently? So we're building tomorrow's healthcare today, and we hope you'll join us. I'm incredibly proud that Naluri has grown to over 120 people, and the depth of the leadership team that we've assembled to spearhead our mission to transform healthcare. And we continue to partner with academic and research institutions in a number of therapeutic areas, especially in mental health and in cardiometabolic conditions like hypertension, diabetes, heart diseases. And we've even launched programs now, research programs in cancer and renal areas. And of course, we look forward to exploring more. So with that, I thank you very much, and I look forward to any comments, questions, or suggestions. Thank you, and back to you.
Mr. Azran, we have one question here from the floor.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Remote health coaching program gives you massive potential for growth and profitability, but the rules for success aren't the same as any old program. So, how do you see the perceptions of our people, especially Malaysian, in this transition from face-to-face to remote or digital health coaching?
Well, clearly, COVID has changed everything. We tripled the size of Nullari's clientele and the number of people that we help compared to pre-COVID levels. So many organizations today are very comfortable with digital tools and digital interactions. As I said, we now serve over 250,000 people from 80 of our corporate employers and insurance clients. And that number will continue to grow and multiply as more people embrace digital technology. Because the great thing about digital is that we can measure engagement, we can measure outcomes, which is so much better than the old face-to-face model where the only thing you can track is attendance. And you have no idea how effective face-to-face sessions are. So it's really time to change the model of care.
Okay. I hope that answered the question. I don't know. At the moment, I don't have any more question. I guess that will be all. Mr. Azran, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For a very interesting speech. Thank you, Mr. Azran. Everybody is waiting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker has also revolutionized digital health industry. Mr. Hazwan Najib is the director and co-founder of the Doctor on Call Malaysia, a well-known digital health platform that provides health information to more than 2 million users monthly, as well as thousands of individuals who are looking for personalized medical advice from qualified doctors. Prior to joining Doctor On Call, Mr. Hazwan spent 11 years in strategy consulting at Accenture, focusing on customers' wealth management, retail banking, SME, and micro banking in the emerging markets around Asian region. He had also led a bank-wide transformation program that was focusing on cost reduction and digital transformation. So now, I am pleased to welcome Mr. Hazwan Najib.
Good morning. Hope you can hear me. Let me just share my screen quickly. Would you be able to see my screen now?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Hazwan.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. Fortunately, like I managed to, I'm actually down south right now with taking some family over for a quick holiday, right? So I managed to negotiate with my wife to share a bit about Dr. On Call today, and then everyone left to do something else. Okay. Anyway, Dr. On Call, we started about just a little over 5 years ago, right? Our initial thought was, the initial idea was very simple. We just want to bridge the healthcare access gap and bring convenience to everyone. Based on the introduction, I think, I believe you know that I'm not a medical doctor, which 90% of the people assume that, I was a doctor. That, I mean, at the first thought, right? Because of most of the digital health platform are started by doctors. My partners and I, we are not doctors. So what happened was we saw some opportunity and gaps in the healthcare industry. unlike some other industries, for instance, banking, right? You have seen how a bank has, evolved from about 20, 25 years ago, from going to the branch, then they introduced the ATM, they introduced the phone banking, they introduced the internet banking, and now full-on mobile banking. And then there will be a bank with just digital, right? But if you look in the healthcare industry, you don't see such much evolution happening, right? We heard about some sort of technology being introduced, but in terms of the general delivery of healthcare, we are pretty much the same now as we were 15, 20 years ago, right? We still have to go to the clinic. We still have to go to hospitals, see a doctor in person for anything, right? Anything from just getting the second opinion or just asking for initial advice all the way to the other illnesses, right? So Dr. On Call, we started with very simple, right? Our initial platform was just a doctor consultation. Then soon after, we introduced the online pharmacy, right? So this one, if you think about it, it is bringing a digital clinic experience in a more convenient and faster manner. And most importantly, there's no geographical boundaries to this particular platform, right? If you think about it, anyone from Malaysia or even abroad can reach out to this system, and as long as we scale, this platform can be used wherever you are in the world. And truth be told, right, almost 10% of our visits and our customers came from overseas, right? There are Malaysians living abroad, and there are also non-Malaysian who are more comfortable reaching out to the Malaysian doctors. Soon after, when we scanned the market, we realized that a lot of healthcare spending are borne by the corporate and the insurers. Hence, we introduced the subscription plans. And last year, we started our specialist booking as well. Before this, we have mostly general practitioners on our platform. But as the pandemic started, we realized a lot of people have wanted to reach out to their specialists. They can't really travel to the hospitals, especially at the initial stage of pandemic. So what we introduced this platform where any specialist or doctors can introduce their mobile clinic or their virtual clinic through our platform. So by now we should have around 1,000 doctors and specialists on the platform, and it's accessible by almost everyone. Soon after, as a result of the pandemic as well, we started introducing some other services to further bridge the gaps in healthcare. One of the things we introduced last year was Doc at Home, where we provide at-home care at a fraction of a price by sending a nurse, for instance, by sending a nurse to the house to do a simple health check, withdraw your blood and send it to the lab for further health screening. Right. So this has grown quite tremendously as people are more comfortable staying at home, staying in the safe zone, and then have someone come and do this basic assessment, do whatever is necessary, and when the lab results come out, they can discuss with the doctor via virtual channel. Right. From there, we are expanding to a whole lot of other services, including vaccination, COVID and non-COVID vaccinations, and so on, which whoever prefers to be done at home, we would offer that. One of the newer things that we are piloting and we are testing the market now, since we are talking about the future, we are moving to see how we can further bridge the access to healthcare, right? For instance, at the initial set, for telehealth, a lot of professionals are questioning, oh, how do you do assessment on the patient? What data? Because it's just virtual call, right? So then soon after we introduced, we piloted DocPod last year, and I'm going to share with you like some of the newer version of DocPod. So the idea of DocPod is for it to be placed in some areas that doesn't have access to doctors, but with assisted model, patient can come and do a basic vitals and then reach out to the specialists or doctors via video call, right? So DocPod will let you do a basic health assessments, especially those in the rural areas, right? And recently we introduced a lot of what we realized with healthcare is gamification is big. A lot of people are moving to increase awareness. We produce a lot of content and gamification through self-assessment and whatnot. This model is suited for the current generation or current mode of people just spending a lot of time online and then using all this platform to increase their awareness on certain illnesses. I can go into a bit more details later, right? And one of the other areas we're exploring is in terms of artificial intelligence and machine learning. There are some basic healthcare areas that we're piloting this. One of it is in the skin or the dermatology area, where you can snap a photo and then it will run through a certain algorithm and sort of give you an indication of what is it and what you should do next, right? So that's pretty much a range of what we have so far in the last 5 years and what we have introduced to the market. We have built a robust healthcare ecosystem. As you know that with healthcare, it's not just patients and providers seeing a doctors. There's a lot of other players in the healthcare, including the insurers, the companies, the network partners to enable all these services. And our platform in Dr. On Call is designed to be the enabler for many of these players in the market. Since then, we have been working with over 10 insurance companies, over 150 corporates to introduce all sorts of services to the end user, which are the patients. And in the last 4 years as well, we have seen a tremendous growth in terms of the active visitors to our site. At this point this year, we are clocking about 25 million visitors to our site, which average about 2+ million visitors a month to our site. As our site is, we also see our site as pretty much a WebMD for Malaysia, right? So a lot of people come and read the content, and instead of making their own decision, right, they can click a button and talk to doctor for further, more private consult, right? We have seen a tremendous growth in revenue. Basically, our revenue grew 5 times from about 5 to 6 times from last year to this year, and we do see this as people are more used to use digital healthcare. So we just right now what we are focusing on is finding more ways to make it a lot more convenient, a lot more seamless for people to get the care that they need. In terms of our registered members, we are working closely with many of the partners, including corporates and insurers, to onboard more members, right? So that everyone have access to this in various ways. Some of it is subsidized by the insurers and also reduce the out-of-pocket components for many of the patients. Okay, quickly into what we have in the pipeline and what we think of the Malaysian healthcare, right? What we realize is in the region, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, right? There's quite a few digital healthcare companies that started in the last 3-4 years, right? Some that are a lot larger, and they're serving a lot larger markets like Indonesia. But what we know is Malaysian healthcare is really recognized globally, and our doctors are very well liked by many of the patients around the region, and they trust our system, right? So hence, before the pandemic, our medical tourism was huge, and now what we are trying to do is, as there is a lot of restrictions in movement and cross-border travel, we are interested to see how we can introduce the Malaysia healthcare through digital, right? By working various agencies and introducing specific module to cater to the medical tourists as well. So that's one of the key things that we are pushing the industry towards. And the ongoing initiative that we're doing is, as we see, as I mentioned earlier, that healthcare industry is largely offline. We want to see that how we can close that gap by introducing things like dogpod, kiosk, and a more lightweight version of the way healthcare has been delivered in the last many years. Right. So we have I will share with you a few of our initiatives that's coming up, which is going to close these gaps. Okay. So by now in our ecosystem, we have a doctor, specialists, and clinics. We are onboarding pharmacists for medication. We have nurses and care providers services on our platform. And last but not least are the allied health providers. As we are moving into a more allied health or wellness areas, we are introducing the physiotherapists, dietitians, and so on our platform, right, for various services, either in hospital services or at home services. Okay, and if you think about this is from our point of view, right? We have close to 100 billion in healthcare spend in the region, right? And Malaysia has a fraction of it, which is about 15 billion US in healthcare spend. If you look further detail, Malaysia healthcare spend per capita is about $400 US. Of course, the biggest one in the region will be Singapore, which is about $2,000 US, but we are the far second, $400 US. But our next, the biggest healthcare spend per capita will be Thailand at about $200 US. So if you think about it, we are about 2 or 3 times bigger in terms of basket size per capita in the healthcare spend, right? So we do spend a lot more as an individual in this country, right? And we need to see how we can. And this spending are largely captured in the treatment areas, right? And we want to see how we can grow and move this spending or increase this market to be more focused on the value-based care, preventative, and as well as wellness. Okay. So coming 2022, we are giving a bit of a boost to our healthcare super app. Right, so we are introducing multilingual health content to cater to health seekers globally. Right now we have over 60,000 healthcare articles, curated videos, and now those are all will be pumped up to include Mandarin, Arabic, and other languages. Right, so we can actually grow and bring Malaysia as a top destination for medical tourism, as well as bring more inbound digital health seekers to our industry in Malaysia. All right. Gamification is a main thing, right? We are going to introduce a lot more online health assessments. If you remember the simple COVID assessment tools that we introduced early last year, garnered over 1 million assessments a day, right? People just come, okay, do I have COVID, or what symptoms do I look out for? Rather than just reading, they just answer questions one by one and see where they are at in terms of their risk. So we are going to introduce more of this for diabetic, for heart health, and so on. We are also expanding access to doctors, labs, and specialists. We are targeting to make seamless sign-ups for all the medical professionals, so that they can actually reach out to everyone who's seeking the Malaysian healthcare professional as well. Right, and at the same time, we are looking at the healthcare marketplace, which is going to be launched very soon, which provide equal opportunity for professionals, providers to introduce their service in a way that, you know, if you are a pharmacy ABC, you can introduce your products and your services online, and then you can reach out directly to the customers. So those are a few main things that we are working on. Right. Okay, this is something that it started off as a pet project that we see. What happened was a lot of people are asking, oh, what do you think of AI in healthcare? You know, how do you think whether we are ready as a market in terms of leveraging on AI for health? Our initial thought was, to be honest, healthcare is a very highly regulated field, right? Even though having a human doctor talking to patients via a virtual video call cause a lot of questions by the authorities in terms of whether that's the right thing to do, whether however, as you know, right, the world is moving very fast, right? Having doctors access to virtual care should be something accessible and a basic need that serve everyone, right? So in the initial part of the journey, we are not even talking about talking to AI doctor and so on, like some of the platform globally, some of the platform that has introduced in the world, right? But having said that, we know that the number of health seekers are just going to keep growing, right? Any healthcare system in the world, even in Malaysia, in 5 years' time, we are going to have more people over the age of 40 than below 40, right? By 2030, you know, the cost of stroke care will increase by 3-4 times from the current rate, and a lot of system will break by then if you're not ready, right? Because what happened right now, even for the basic cough and cold and whatnot, right? You know, everyone just keep flooding the primary care, the physical access to clinic and hospitals. But imagine when we have huge, and I think we all know that we have one of the highest NCD rate in the world. Think about how COVID-19 has broken the capacity of our hospitals at one point, right? If we are not actually preparing all these tools and digital funnel for the people to seek care, right? Our existing traditional system will break. And if you think about it, there will never be enough allocation, enough money for us to build hospitals and clinics at every single place in Malaysia, right? So you will always have that gap, right? So that's why empowering patients through some of these tools for artificial intelligence and whatnot will actually close that gap. And it may not be widely used now, but we see this is going to be something that's going to grow quite fast in just a few years' time. If you think about it, how Google has become like the first source of health-seeking behavior when you have something, right? So people just based on the last stats that I had, about 80% of the people started their healthcare journey on Google, right? To seek healthcare. So this is going to be like the next level of Googling and seeking care. So so we continue to expand our platform to include a more seamless opportunities for patients to seek doctors, find a specialist. What we notice is after we introduce a specialist access, if we know that overseas in some of the countries it's not easy to see a specialist, right? So by introducing many of our specialists, many of them are starting to get connected to us for second opinion with some of the specialists on our platform. And many of them are seeking for second opinion. Many of them are well informed, right? Many of the patients who are away uploading their lab reports and their medical reports and so on for our doctors to review. So if you think about it, the opportunity for this channel is limitless. You can do a lot of things, and there's a lot more to be done in the digital healthcare. Okay, we'll skip that. One of the things that we started earlier this year, as we see that we are moving the spectrum from more treatment. More treatment-based care to preventative care. For instance, we had a partnership with a pharma company to do a quit smoking program. We want to see like how we can actually make it a lot easier for people to quit smoking. Right. So right now we are working on digital therapeutic, focusing on diabetic as well. We are onboarding about 100 patients to go through this program. We are working with several partners and try to see whether this whole program that we put together can really make a difference, make a real clinical outcome to these patients by improving their conditions, right? So a lot of metrics, clinical, right? If you, how you can improve HbA1c and so on. Right. So we are, I think, a lot of people talk about value-based care. A lot of people are seeing many models out there. In the US, especially, you have players like Livongo, Accolade, who have this kind of solutions. But over here, we don't have that many, and we are yet to see a real clinical outcome, whether we can really improve or reverse the diabetes of a patient, for instance, right? So we'll see, like at the end of the 3 months or 6 months of this program, we'll probably share more in terms of the data, in terms of how much improvement we can make through easier access, around the clock care, around the clock accessibility to healthcare professionals, right? Okay. And one last thing I'll share is this is the latest version of our DocPod. We are working in collaboration with MTDC and KKM on introducing this prototype of care. What we noticed when we first started was, unfortunately, a lot of specialties and doctors are concentrated in town and urban areas. Even though we have a decent doctor to patient ratio of about 1 doctor to 632 patients. And I think that is getting better. The country is moving toward 1 doctor to 400 patients. Unfortunately, a lot of medical professionals would prefer to stay in the larger cities, right? So places like remote areas of Sabah, Sarawak, Kelantan and Terengganu will still have lack of access to a doctor. All right. So we visited a couple of these places. Many of them are in a smaller clinic. They may not even have doctors there most of the time, right? And you have nurses and medical assistants and so on. So by introducing something like DocPod, right? So the patient can come, do a basic assessment on their, say, with blood pressure, heart rate monitor, and we are introducing more devices and instruments for people to get their reading, and all the results are directly connected to our platform, and the doctors can actually give them advice in real time. right? And this record will be kept, and will be monitored regularly. So it doesn't matter whether you are in the remote areas of Sarawak. If you have access to this, you get connected. You can even talk to a nephrologist in KL, right? For instance, right? So this is something that we are introducing as a pilot, but I think the biggest challenge will be the business model, and we see how we can make it a lot more seamless and a lot more accessible for everyone in the country. That's all the slides that I have. Perhaps I can take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Azwan. Sorry, the mic was off. Thank you, Mr. Azwan, for the very informative talk. I'm waiting for if there's any question from the chat or from the floor. All right, Mr. Azwan, we have one very simple question. How do you deal with the security issues, like privacy issues in this system that you're proposing, that you're building, actually, sorry?
With security issues, first of all, we have bump up our spending in our cybersecurity since about 1.5 years ago, right? After seeing a lot of incidents of even the major companies having data leaks and so on, we have increased our spending in cybersecurity. So we are following all the basic protocols in terms of data standards. I will have to get my CTO to give the specifics in terms of the compliance and standards that we use. But so far, we have, for cybersecurity, we have a team of 5 people just focusing on it. What we realized is, in terms of attacks, right? You will have daily attacks and attempts to break your security, right? So even the phishing email is just getting out of control these days, right? So we have very strict protocol from operational and all the way to the system itself. Right?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Azwan. Do we have any more questions? Okay, so from the floor, there's no more question, Mr. Azwan, as well as from the chat. Thank you so much for the talk, Mr. Azwan. That's very informative and very beneficial for us. Thank you, Mr. Azwan.
Thank you so much. Good to see you. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Dinowex 2021 are proud to present the innovative projects, inventions, and ideations that have been submitted by our participants this year. So without further ado, I would like to welcome all to the Dinowex 2021 virtual exhibition. You may enter the virtual exhibition via the link provided, and please enjoy the presentation. I'll see you back at 2 p.m. for our afternoon session. Thank you and have a good day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session of Dinowex 2021. I hope all of you have had a constructive experience browsing through the presentation prepared by our participant this morning. First of all, I would like to welcome back Dr. Muhammad Nizam Ayub, Head of the Department of Computer System and Technology, Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University of Malaya. Management of Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University of Malaya, and the Program Chair of Dinowex 2021, Madam Masidayu Mat Sabri. I would also like to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers who have just joined us this afternoon, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Abdul Wahid, Medical Director and Consultant Clinical Oncologist, Beacon Hospital, Petaling Jaya, and Dr. Peter Blanchfield, Director of iBit Software Limited, Nottingham. Ladies and gentlemen, in this afternoon session of Dinowex 2021, we are truly honored to have two keynote speakers with us today to present their talk on digital wellness and innovations. Our first keynote speaker, Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Abdul Wahid, is the Medical Director and a Consultant Clinical Oncologist at Beacon Hospital, Petaling Jaya, Selangor. Other than actively contributing to various health programs locally and internationally, Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim has held many important positions in health-related organizations. In 2010, Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim was appointed as the President of Malaysian Oncological Society and became President of the Asia-Pacific Federation of Cancer Congress in 2011. He was also the President of Southeast Asia Radiology Oncology Group from 2011 to 2013 and a region for Southeast Asia's International Association for the Study of Lung Cancer. He was also the former Vice President of Oncology for the College of Radiology, Malaysia from 2014 to 2018. Now, I'm very pleased to welcome Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim to deliver his talk entitled Use of Computer Technology in Radiotherapy.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Madam Chairman. So my talk will be on the use of computer technology in radiotherapy. Now, radiotherapy has made leaps and bounds in terms of technology, and nowadays the use of computer in radiation treatment is so sophisticated that it is almost the demand is almost like in aerospace technology, or even in nowadays with all these all these missiles and all that. It's technology is where you demand a very high technology. So our war against cancer is also very technologically demanding. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about radiotherapy. What is radiation therapy? Basically, radiation therapy, you all are familiar about using X-rays, but most of the time you use X-rays to take pictures of your chest, of your abdomen, of your bones. But using radiotherapy, we use a much higher energy X-rays, because the X-ray source that we use is not for imaging, it's for killing cancer, for eradicating cancer cells. So we use very high intense energy, and the machine is called a linear accelerator. So it accelerates energy at least 6 million electron volts or higher. And the radiation must be turned on and off in a controlled manner during treatment, and it must be done safely. So we are draining a huge amount of energy, and it's got to be delivered very safely. But with this new generation of LINAC, all the safety is fully computer controlled. And every single step of the treatment has to be precise, and there's really no room for error. Because once you overdose the patients, you've caused damage, there's no return. There's no way we can undo that damage. And there are many checks on the system to ensure safety, and quality control is done before the treatment starts each day and after the treatment finishes. And normally the treatment for radiation is given for tumor that is localized. So we don't give tumors that have spread everywhere, but we do give sometimes in a palliative manner. That means we just want to control symptoms. We can help, but otherwise we tend to give it as a curative treatment. It delivers a very high precise dose of radiation, and so the machine must be housed in a radioactive shielded treatment bunker. I'll just show you a picture of that. And the treatment consoles are generally outside the bunker, so the staff are not exposed to radiation. And the electronics in the treatment room are able to withstand high doses of radiation without any damage. And so these are the couple of machines that we are using in my hospital, the TrueBeam and the Halcyon, both made by Varian. And this is a picture of the radiation bunker. Picture of the radiation bunker. And this is the LINAC. So we try to make it as patient-friendly as possible, make it nice. But you can see during the construction, there's a huge amount of shielding and concrete that goes towards protecting the staff outside. Okay, and outside the radiation bunker, this is the treatment console room. So you can see how many computers that we are using in order to control the treatment. So the more advanced the treatment features are on the LINAC, the more complex the computer system controlling it. Okay, and of course, all the staff must be trained. The radiographers who are delivering the treatment, they must be trained on how to use the various systems, and the treatment and the training can take several weeks, depending on the level of experience of the staff. Yeah, and just this is a simple diagram to show the flow when a patient is undergoing cancer treatment. What do we do? So the decision is made to give radiotherapy. We need to somehow plan treatment planning, and QA has got to be done. During the treatment delivery, you also need to have image verification, and there are also weekly checks and weekly review to make sure there are no side effects. So I will go into each of these processes of patient simulation, contouring, planning, and treatment delivery, and in a little bit more detail, and show you the type of computer that we use. They differ from planning to treatment delivery. Okay, so this is just a bit more complex way of looking at the same thing, so I'm not going to go through this again. So there are, in order to treat the cancer, to local treatment, there are several steps that we do. One is identification of the target, and then the delivery of the treatment. Delivery of the treatment, we have to make sure that the dose is given properly, and the area that we are treating is accurately checked. Okay, step one, identification of the target. Okay, so how do we identify the target that we want to treat, or the area we want to treat? That this is a lung cancer that we want to treat. We do something called CT planning. CT planning is just acquiring CT images. So, you know, some of you're quite familiar with CT scans. They're used for diagnostic imaging. So it's the same CT scan. Sometimes for head and neck treatment, we put what we call a mask or shielding, so the patient doesn't move too much. Otherwise, we try and just put them in a comfortable position, and we acquire CT images. So these are just imaging technology. Okay, so these images have got to be transferred to the planning system. And so we have the planning system here, which is be housed in the radiotherapy department. And we have all the imaging to help us accurately to incorporate and to what we call superimpose all the diagnostic scans so that we have a very accurate information about the patient's tumor and also normal anatomy. So the CT scan, whether we use Philips or Siemens or GE or any other brand, or other machines like MRI or PET scan, must be able to communicate with our planning system. So we have something called DICOM compatible. So all the tools that we use in radiotherapy, they must be DICOM compatible. What is DICOM compatible? It's Digital Imaging Communications in Medicine. It was developed by the American College of Radiology in 1993 to be used as the international standard for imaging, for medical image transmission and storage. Yeah. So it's a universal language of medical imaging, and it's required by law that all these imaging systems comply to DICOM, so that the different users from the different imaging devices will be able to smoothly exchange the information. When I first started doing my training in radiotherapy, this was a problem because if you buy a certain machine from a certain company, it doesn't support your planning system. So you have to, so it's like a monopoly. So you buy this computer planning system, you must buy this CT scan or this PET scan. Otherwise, the machine cannot talk to each other. So with DICOM compatible machine, we've actually overcome this problem. So we can buy any CT scans or any machines of our choice, and they have to provide the DICOM compatibility platform so that the DICOM images taken from CT scan, MRI, PET scan can be integrated and used for treatment planning and also for accurate tumor contouring. This is my physics planning room in our hospital, and you can see how many computers we have. And this is only one wall. There's some more on this part of the wall, and you can see how many physicists are working on all doing planning and treatment for the patients. Yeah. So when we do planning, just now you saw that we took CT scan images. Sometimes we need MRI images, and sometimes we also need PET scan images. So somehow we need to fuse all these images together so that we can see the tumor better. Like PET scan and MRI, we can see the tumor here in the liver very, very clearly. On the CT scan, the images are not so clear, but we need CT scan pictures to do the calculation for the radiation treatment. Okay, so we fuse these images, and then we can then decide on our target. And we have our what we call a contouring system. So before we do the calculation, we have to contour the tumor. Contour means we draw. So we have this little brush or circle here. We can just brush the tumor, brush the on the scans and outline the areas that we want to treat. You know, we can use pens, and there is something called interpolation. That means I don't need to draw on every single slice. Some, you know, CT scans, you got hundreds of slices. So we only draw on the tumor on a few slices, then we can extrapolate, and the computer will replicate and copy in 3D the areas that we are treating. So there are a lot of tools that help us on the contouring station to make our contouring fast and easy. Okay, so sometimes we also need to put in gold seeds. Here is a gold seed in the prostate. Why do we need to put a gold seed? because the prostate moves. So when we do a treatment, we have to make sure that the treatment is following the movement of the prostate, the organ that moves. So we put something called a gold fiducial or gold seat so that we can do this tracking while the patient is having treatment. I'll mention a little bit more. I'll mention a bit more later. Now, what takes a lot of our time is actually doing the contouring or outlining. So we need to outline not only the tumor, but we need to outline also the normal structure, the lung, the bone, the skin, the spinal cord. You know, every single tissue has got to be outlined. So you just imagine how labor intensive the process is, because there are hundreds of scan slices, and to outline all those scan slices may be time consuming. So there are software that we can buy, like this one, a company called MVision. They do auto segmentation on the various tumor sites. So the lung is automatically detected and contoured. The left lung is automatically detected and contoured. The blood vessels are automatically detected and contoured. The skin and all the tissues that we want to contour, we can contour it automatically, so that it just takes a few minutes to do a 3D reconstruction. Why we need to contour is we need to identify the good cells and the bad cells. So we have to tell the computer, hey, this is the organ that I want to treat, and this is the organ that I don't want to treat. So by giving that information to the computer, then they will be able to calculate the dose accurately and avoiding the tissues that we don't want to treat. So this is another company called the Limbus AI Auto Contouring System. So what it does is it collects all the CT scan information, and it follows a certain guideline, like the Dutch guideline or the European guidelines on where the position of the lymph nodes are in the neck, in the pelvis. So it has a whole library of all these scans and all these contour that was already preloaded into the system. So then when you scan your patient, okay, the computer will match to the nearest so-called anatomical position or anatomical shape of that patient, and just transfer those like in this area here, we are just transferring all the data about the patient's lymph node position. So all the lymph node position has been automatically drawn onto the patient. So it saves a lot of time. Yeah. So the next part, once we have identified the position, now we need to talk about delivery of treatment. Okay, so the step 2 is doing the dose calculation and treatment. So the next part of the computer, once you have drawn, you tell the computer what are the areas you want to treat. You tell the computer what are the areas you don't want to treat. Those are the critical organs, and then it will do this calculation. Okay, so this is a calculation, and the algorithm we use is a 3D algorithm, and now they use a Monte Carlo algorithm to do the dose calculation. So this is a different set of computer that does the dose calculation. So this is my target. I have drawn this target, and this target is in the bone. You can see here in the green color, and you can see in a different slice in 3D imaging the area that I want to treat. And all these beams that are coming here are the simulated radiation beams. So the beam is coming from various angles and delivering the different doses, so that we have a very, very high dose here. And we want to try and avoid hitting the bowel here. And we want to try avoid hitting too much of the muscle and the soft tissue and the skin around the patient. So we want a high dose to the pelvis, pelvic bone, and avoiding all the other structures. Okay, and here is a planning of calculation of the lung. Lung is even more difficult because you don't want to damage the good lung. So you just need to outline just the tumor, and then try to avoid hitting the good lungs, which is on the same side or on the opposite side. There's also the patient's heart here. We don't want to hit that. So the shape of the machine, shape of the treatment is conformed exactly to the machine will conform exactly to the shape of the tumor that we want to treat. Now, the computer also alerts us that if we exceeded a certain safe dose limit, it will show red here. So that means when we look at it and we see red marks telling us, hey, you've exceeded the recommended dose to this particular organ, to this particular structure. So you then look at it again, and then you decide whether to ignore it because you think it's not significant, or to change the calculation to make it safer. Okay, so this is like treating the prostate. You can see the prostate is highly irregular in shape, yeah, like a sort of walnut in shape. And then you have the bladder in front of it, and you have the rectum behind it, the rectum here. So you want to treat this shape here, avoid treating the bladder, avoid treating the rectum. Yeah. So how do you do it? We have this technology called a multi-leaf collimator. The multi-leaf collimator sits on the head of the linear accelerator. Yeah. And you can see here, each single leaf here, it's made out of tungsten. Yeah. Each single leaf here can move independently, and it can take the shape of the tumor. Yeah. So this is again a multi-leaf collimator sitting on the head of the. So the multi-leaf collimator can change the shape, yeah, or all the irregular shape, so that it just follows the shape of the tumor. Okay. Now, before we had multi-leaf collimator, and like I say, during the early days of my training, we didn't have the luxury of a multi-leaf collimator. We had to do this the hard way because we only have square-shaped fields or rectangular-shaped fields, and we have to shape irregular fields manually by doing what we call a lead cutout. So we would have to use this polystyrene, cut out, and then melt the lead block in this polystyrene, and then mount the lead block onto the head of the machine. And so you decide that at each different angle, you have to change the shape of the lead block. So the radiographer got to come in, remove this lead block, put another new lead block onto the treatment head, treat, and then you have to make sure that each lead block is done correctly. So if you do put a lead block for the 90-degree angle at the 180-degree angle wrongly, then you get the wrong shape. And there's sometimes not easy to verify that. So this whole process, which was manually done, has now been taken over by a sophisticated computer system that operates the multi-leaf collimator. So as the machine swings around at the different angle, at the different rotation, it sees a different shape of the tumor, and it changes its shape accordingly to fit the anatomy, to fit the shape of the tumor, so that we can have a nice homogeneous dose that is given just to the area of the tumor, and we try to avoid treating all the good cells around it. And okay, this is again a picture of the prostate cancer. I want, you saw the prostate just now, so I want to treat this prostate here. I don't want to treat the rectum. I don't want to treat the bladder to a high dose. I just want to give a high dose to the prostate. So here you can see the dose. So we have a cumulative dose volume histogram giving almost at least 100% or slightly more than 100% to the prostate. But when it comes to hitting the rectum, which is a good cell, and we want to save the rectum and the bladder at all costs, the dose is so much lower. Yeah, it's only receiving, very insignificant dose or very low dose. so we can cut and reduce the complication rate with this technology. Okay, so now after doing the dose calculation and delivering the dose, you need to verify. Now I'm treating the prostate. I make sure that I'm treating the prostate. If the prostate moves, I need to make sure that I'm not treating the good cells. So how do I verify? And so that the treatment is directed to the intended target. Okay, so before we do that, we also have to make sure that the patient is correctly identified. So there is a system where the patient, when they come in, this is the Halcyon machine. They come in, they see their name, and they verify their details, and they say, okay, that's me. And they press on the machine. So then whatever treatment plan that has been loaded onto this machine that will be delivering the treatment is the right treatment plan for this particular patient. So this will eliminate errors. Instead of treating Mr. Akau, you treat Encik Ali on this. This will avoid that. Okay, so this is the treatment head. And then the other part is also the anatomical variation. So not only identifying that you have the right patient, but you also have to make sure that the right target inside the patient is being treated. So here you have the treatment head, and here you have the imaging system. We call the IGRT, the image guided system. So this takes the CT scan images of the treatment while the gantry rotates. So you can see that this system looks a little bit like a Dalek in Doctor Who, but so what it does is, while the treatment radiation is given here, the imaging is done at 90-degree angle, and it does a 360-degree rotation, and we get a reconstruction of the CT scan. So what we do is then we compare the CT planning, our base planning, with the current image that we have just taken on the patient, and we can see where the tumor is on the patient, and we can superimpose the current CT and the planning CT and make sure that the whole area is accurately being treated. Okay, and again here you can see the different color, the brown and the blue of the baseline and the treatment are aligned accurately. So again, demanding a huge amount of computer technology. And then to make things a bit more complicated, the prostate sometimes moves. When your bladder is full, it pushes the prostate down. Your rectum is full, it pushes the prostate forward. So how do you know this movement? So you put in these gold seeds. The gold seeds the beam will then identify the gold seeds, and it's been continuously tracked. If any movement more than 1 mm deviation, the beam will automatically shut off. So it's all done automatically. It's not done manually. It's all computer driven, computer controlled. Okay, but some of the usefulness of IGRT or image guidance, you can see at the start of the treatment the size of the tumor, and at the end of the treatment you can see that the tumor has shrunk. So in between the tumor, if you need to change your plan because the treatment has shrunk and you just want to follow the new shape of the tumor, you can do the planning in between. So the system alerts you, hey, there's a difference, the shape and the anatomy of the patient has changed. So image guidance is so important. And also there are QA checks that we do before and after treatment, and to ensure that the dose of radiation delivered is precise. What about the other advances in terms of computer technology? Okay, the challenging thing is when you're breathing. When you breathe, the tumor can go up and down. It's moving all the time. So how do you hit a moving target? So you have this system called the DIBH, or deep inspiration breath hold. So patient lies down, it looks at a monitor, and when you tell the patient to breathe in and out, the monitor will move up and down. the bar here will move up and down, and then you tell the patient to take a deep breath. Then when the patient holds the breath, and then the machine will trigger the treatment. A more sophisticated system is used by this robotic system called the CyberKnife. The robotic system actually actively tracks the patient by using the lights, the light emitting diode, the LED on the patient's chest. It understands the patient respiratory movement, and so it follows the tumor. It does real-time tumor tracking while the patient is actively breathing. So again, the technology is very sophisticated. And here is the deep breath holding. See the patient breathing in and out, deep breath. Take a deep breath out, then deep breath in, and then hold. During this holding phase, you can see this yellow square here shows that the radiation is being delivered. So until the patient starts to breathe, and then the beam gets cut off. So this is the deep breath holding technique. The other way is also when the patient is moving up and down, okay, and the patient cannot hold their breath. So what we do is we do a gating technology. So while the patient is breathing, and when the tumor comes into the view of the treatment beam, it gets turned on. And then when the tumor moves away during deep breath or expiration, the machine gets cut off. So the machine keeps going on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, all the time until the patient completes the treatment. So this is called the gating technology. Again, all this is made possible by cutting-edge computer technology. So this is just a picture of a patient that I treated. You can see this is a 78-year-old lady who's had a huge tumor in the lung. Huge tumor, cannot be operated. And so I used a technique called SBRT. I delivered a very, very high dose of radiation to the tumor. And this is the PET scan before treatment. And this is the PET scan after treatment. She continued to live for many, many years after the treatment. And she did very, very well. So all this is because of cutting edge technology that we are able to offer to our patients. Yeah. And again, this is another lung cancer, challenging tumor, huge tumor, before treatment and after treatment, patient well controlled. Okay. And this is a prostate. With this technology now, I use a technique called SBRT or stereotactic body radiotherapy, where I can deliver only 5 days of treatment compared to previously you have to give about 7 or 8 weeks of treatment. I just give 5 daily doses of radiation, half an hour a day, and I can deliver very, very big doses of radiation to the prostate very, very safely. I can avoid treating the rectum and the bladder like you saw just now, and the patient can go back to work the next day. Doesn't have to need to take MC, don't need to take time off. He can just lead a normal life and go for his holiday or whatever. Okay, and with this SBRT technique, we are getting very, very high local control rates, from anywhere from 88% to 97% at 12 years. So in Beacon Hospital, I've been checking on my results. My 5-year local control rate for prostate cancer is about 95% for all stages. So we can get high local control rate, but the high control rate also comes with very mild or very low complication. Yeah, so good local control rate, very low complication rate. All this is possible because of the computer technology that we use. Okay, so in conclusion, radiation technology has come a long way since it was used for medical treatment. We started using radiation treatment about 100 years ago, and things have changed substantially from those. So even from when I started my training in the late 80s and early 90s, things have changed so much because of the advancement in the computer technology and the use of AI in radiotherapy. And this advancement, like I say, is made possible because of the hardware and software technology that has evolved. Complicated mathematical algorithms and AI technology has made the computer technology used in radiotherapy capable of treating very complex tumor accurately. And we are now able to control and cure more tumors while minimizing side effects and toxicity of treatment. The use of AI will continue to fuel more new developments and advances in the field of medicine. But unfortunately, many of these developments are seen in US and in Europe. They're very, very few in our part of the world. So in order to improve this, I think medical profession, engineers, software scientists, we need to work together to help each other in developing cutting edge technology. But this technology, it involves very high investment, very high cost of research. And we just, unfortunately, the research funding in this part of the world is just not sufficient for us to be able to do this kind of cutting edge work in terms of, radiation imaging and treatment in medicine. So, and also, all this technology demands our staff to be trained and educated, and they need to have a lot of experience. Technology is a two-edged sword. You know how to use it correctly. It helps you to improve your treatment outcome. If you don't know how to use this and you're not properly trained, it's disaster. You can cause a lot of damage and you can cause a lot of complications. And so, it comes with a price. So you need to have all your staff and everybody well trained in order to handle such sophisticated computer technology. So that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dato, for the very informative talk on the use of computer technology in radiotherapy. Thank you, Dato.
Thank you.
Our next keynote speaker has also contributed significantly to the digital health technology development and research. Dr. Peter Blanchfield is the director of iBit Software Limited, a company based in Nottingham that provides research and development for health-related projects. Dr. Blanchfield, who previously was attached with the University of Nottingham, have had a long and varied career, especially in supervising PhD students and in conducting academic research and technological development in areas such as ultrasonics, sensors and signal processing, user interface design, and games, focusing on the application of health and wellness. So now it is a great pleasure for me to welcome Dr. Peter Blanchfield to give his talk on challenges of medical device development. Dr. Peter Blanchfield.
Hi, good. No, it's afternoon for you. It's more early morning for me, so it's a pleasure to be able to be here. I have a slide set which I'd like to share with you. And I noticed somebody asked whether it would be possible to get hold of the slides for the event, and certainly my slides will be available. They are already available actually on my company website. You have to know what you're after to be able to get them, but they will be they will be available. They are available, and I will show you the link during my talk. So my main purpose is to talk about the challenges, and I don't wish to in this talk to make the challenges seem greater than the benefits, because they aren't. The benefits are great, and we have just heard a talk where the benefits have been illustrated tremendously, and the opportunities, particularly in software development, to assist these things. So I'm going to give a bit of background of my history, and then I will go on to talk about our project, the project that led to the development of our company, and then the challenges that have happened. And they're not all technical challenges. There are some technical challenges, but there are also what we would call regulatory challenges. And then the other one is financial challenges, or the challenge of actually trying to get funding to do what you're trying to do. So there's three levels of thing that I'm having to face. And so that's basically where I'm going with my what I'm going to talk about. Now, why was I asked to be here? Not just because I am one of the supervisors of one of your organizers' PhDs. I have been developing medical applications for over 20 years, specific medical applications. I've been involved with Malaysia now for a very long time, before quite a lot of you were born, possibly. I first worked for a semester at UKM. I know that's not that's a much less important university. Oops, anybody here from UKM? It's a lovely place, really loved working there, really good environment. And I was very honored to be able to work there. I was working there back in, dare I say it, 1984. So I know Malaysia for a very long time. I had many Malaysian friends before that, and Southeast Asian friends, particularly when I was at university, and that attracted me to Malaysia to be involved there. And a number of years later, I was part of the team which set up the Nottingham University Malaysia campus, which you may be aware is still going somehow in in Semenyih. So I'm very much attracted to Malaysia, not America, Malaysia, and would love to be there. You can't see it because it's on the wall behind my computer, but I have a Malaysian flag up all the time in my office here in the UK. And I'm just so sad that I wasn't able to be there for the actual conference today. So 2019, I was working on a project which aimed to help cure amblyopia, and I'll give you a link to the website that is still going, that is on the original project, and I can show you some of the stuff, the equipment we use. So just as the previous speaker was saying, that there have been tremendous changes in the way things can be done. You'll see some tremendous changes in the size of the equipment that we now use compared to the equipment that was we were using in the original experiments that were done. I don't know if you know what amblyopia is. I'll try and take you there at some stage during the talk. But the main treatment that has been universal for it is patching of the strong eye. So in amblyopia, you have two eyes, and one of the eyes is weaker than the other, and as a result, the brain stops listening to the weak eye. I've got an illustration of that a bit later, the impact it can have. So we were looking at using games instead of patching, and the games we have were meant to be designed for the needs we have. So I'll be talking about that as well. One of the good things is that the treatment method we use actually has been shown to work. It was shown to work many years ago, but what we needed to do was to be able to demonstrate that it would work with people able to take the equipment into their own homes and work in their own homes, rather than having to come into hospital on a regular basis, a daily basis, to get the treatment, which would be considerably inconvenient. But if used properly, the equipment, the treatment method works. It's massively faster than the patching method. Patching method takes about 6 months. If used properly, the method we've developed takes 6 weeks, and has particular benefits when it comes to the use of the use of the treatment with people who have a strabismus. You may not know what a strabismus is. We normally call it a squint, I think, in ordinary everyday language. I've got some illustrations of the squints as well, which I'll show you from my website. So squints need to be treated mostly by operation. And the big problem with having done your treatment by patching is that there is a lack of binocularity. One of the problems is that the two eyes, using patching, the two eyes don't work together. In our system, the two eyes get to work together. And so we have an outcome that allows us to make the two eyes work better together. And once you've got good binocularity, the outcome of a strabismus operation, which is the realignment of the two eyes, so they're both looking in the same direction, the outcome of that is much more stable. Now, with patching, in a very high proportion of patching operations that have happened where the support has only been patching or some other form of treatment, then about 80% of them need a second follow-up operation sometime later. The ones who don't are those who have got good binocularity, both eyes working together. And so our method, which encourages the eyes to work together, has led to a lower need, leads to a lower need for secondary operations. Now, for the final slide I've got today, I will talk about a guy called Kai, and you'll come back to him, but he's my favorite result from our experiments, our clinical trials, I should say, not experiments. We've not been doing experiments on children. We have been doing clinical trials with children. So that's that. Now, we will go. I will talk about the going through the issues, but I'm going to move on now to talk about my own background and why I ended up working in this this field. So I've been working. The first thing I did, which could really be treated as medical work, was working with oncologists from the University of Nottingham. Is quite close to a couple of very large hospitals, one of the largest and teaching hospitals in Europe. And as part of their work, one part of the hospital organization, which is, it's actually on two major sites. One's called the City Hospital, and they train the oncologists. They're responsible for training oncologists in identifying cancers. So they will have taken biopsies of the cancer sites and made slides of them, and then they train the oncologists how to spot the appropriate where the cancer cell is, or whether the cell is there or not. And what they were trying to do was to distribute that around the country so that everybody didn't have to wait for stuff to come in the post. They wanted to be able to send it electronically. And the problem with it is that the slides that they were making were much too big, massive amounts of data in any one slide. So what we did was to look at the whole situation and try to reduce the amount of data they needed to send. Now, doctors are rightly very much wanting to make sure that the data they work with is complete and not in any way reduced. So they didn't want us to reduce the amount of data that they were sending to remove it in any way. They wanted us to compress the data without removing it. But one of the things they were doing actually was keeping too much data. So one of our big problems in the whole process was convincing the doctors that they didn't need all the data they had. And we found an interesting way of doing that. One was that we recognized what was going on by doing Fourier transforms of the data that they were doing, 2D Fourier transforms. And that allowed us to see that they had twice as much information as they needed. There was no data above a certain frequency. And they were using a 40 times magnification lens. And so they could have actually used a 20 times magnification lens. So what we did was to get hold of a much higher quality lens than the one they'd been using, of a 20 times, and we did a whole load of images with that. And then we set up a piece of equipment which was designed to make sure that the environment in which they were looking at the slides was much more like looking down on a microscope, so that they couldn't get too close to the screen, because one of the problems is people were getting their heads and getting really close to the screen to try and see differences in images. And we showed them our 20 times things and their 40 times things randomly, and they were asked to define which of the images they were looking at was the better quality image that would make it easier for them to see where the tumor was, whether there was a tumor, that sort of thing. And it turned out that they completely always wanted the 20 times lens, which had better quality detail in it at the lower frequencies that they actually needed. And so they were convinced. Another project that I was supervisor for, the PhD student who did the work, was in a sleep apnea study. And one of the interesting problems that perhaps we need to overcome when working with our medical colleagues, and if there are any medical colleagues online, I understand you might be worried about technology, but the technology we're trying to develop is there to help to make your task easier, not to make your task taken away and used by technology. And our previous speaker was talking about how AI can be used to improve the way in which radiation can be delivered. And my PhD student who did the work on the apnea syndrome study, a previous problem had been that she hadn't been able to get the medics who were involved, the nurses involved in her previous study, to participate, because they were worried that she was trying to replace them, and they were worked off their feet. And what we were trying to do was make sure that they got enough time to actually deliver the treatment they needed to deliver. So we moved on to this other study for her PhD, and a hospital in Malaysia was quite willing to take part, and we reduced the time needed for analysing these overnight studies done tremendously. Now, the modelling of ultrasound in the womb was a project we did in support of a project at the University of Nottingham. If you were to be in labour or in a UK hospital as giving birth, you would now be treated by a group who would use the equipment that the group in Nottingham developed, actually, and they spun out a company which makes this work. And we did some modelling which enabled them. You can imagine that finding the baby's heart in the signal coming back for a woman in labour When she goes through a contraction, I don't know if you're male, you won't know what that feels like. Many females will know what it feels like. And I do assure you from having been at some births that they are not, it's not an easy experience. So the signals get lost in noise very easily. And so what we did was to do modeling that helped to identify what the signal which was coming from the baby's heart would look like, so that we could detect when the baby's, where the baby's heart was, so we could look at the behavior of the heart over the various pulses and clean that up in such a way that we could tell whether the baby was in distress or the baby was doing fine. So that's been really well used. The next thing that I got involved with was doing games, and this is really an important issue as to why I've ended up doing what I've been doing more recently. CBT is cognitive behavioral therapy, not anything else that you might think CBT stands for. We did games that helped treat children with behavioral disorders. Now, many of those have autism, and this is not dealing with their autism, it's dealing with the symptoms in many cases of their autism, their inability to get on in classes. And I have personal interest in this whole situation with in relation to children that I know. And so our ideas were that if you got the right games, you could get children to look at situations where they would otherwise avoid addressing. And we had quite a great deal of success in our work there. We did 2 programs, one of which one of my PhD students has ended up actually being a CBT therapist and has now got her own practice in London. And the other one is now a lecturer at a university in Liverpool. But his work was particularly interesting. We would go into what was called an exclusion unit, which is where children are who have failed to be able to cope in ordinary school have been placed in those things. And it was really quite a hectic thing. But one of the good things about our games was children had the choice on the day of either playing Xbox games or playing our games. And most of the children wanted to play our games. So we were very taken by that during our experiments. And we had our major impact was on children who were getting close to understanding their problems. And one child, very soon after taking part in our experiment, during the experiment, talking to their therapist at the same time, said, "That's like me." And this was the first time this child had understood that their behavior was antisocial and wrong and disturbing. And they, after that period, they engaged with their whole process of therapy, their physical, the face-to-face treatment by a therapist much more easily. And very soon after that, they were able to re-engage with ordinary school. So we were excited to have started the process for at least one child. And many of the other children engaged very well, understanding stuff which they'd not understood before. Another success we had was our training of psychiatry students. This was a group project that I was in charge of, and a number of my colleagues in the Institute for Mental Health were also teaching psychiatry to students, and wanted to be able to communicate with their students when they were at the bedside doing their interviews and trying to gather data and understand what was happening, get reports of what was happening. And so what we did was a very simple piece of equipment that enabled the students to communicate well, to take good notes, which were immediately indicated to their teacher, their supervisor, the professor that was responsible for their training, and it's improved their training. But the major people who used it are actually Leeds University Hospital rather than Nottingham University Hospital. They took it on wholesale and started buying their psychiatry students iPads, which they gave them so that they could use our software on the ward. So we are very grateful to have an actual demonstration there. And then the final one that I've got down there is training neonatal resuscitation medics. One of our, if you are in computer science and you publish papers, even if you publish in the top computers in education magazine, it has an impact factor of about 1.2. When working with neonatal training, we were able to be involved with a paper that has been published on what we achieved, which has an impact factor of 16, so considerably increased impact for my neonatal resuscitation study. What we did was produce an app that helps the medics who are training in neonatal resuscitation to actually improve their response times and responses to what happens. If you they work in what we call perinatal wards, where the babies who've been born preterm by considerable time are looked after, and there's a lot of difficulty with need for resuscitation, and we increased the survival rate. We increased the medics trained through our system showed an increased or improved survival performance for the babies of 30% over other training methods. So we were really pleased that we've actually been able to improve health outcomes for a large number of children, newly born preterm children. So that was done in collaboration with the same group who did we did the ultrasound modeling for, and it was that group that gave me the work that I've currently involved in. So one of your organizers has told me that the MC will cut me off very quickly if I go over time. Medics are not always easy to work with. If you are a medic or a doctor, nurse, any other part of the system, you will realize this because you have to work with other medics, but computer scientists are also not easy to work with. And when it comes to electronic engineers, my goodness, they are awkward. So, but one of the biggest problems we've had in my career working with them is that we speak different languages. And I don't mean that we don't speak Bahasa or Mandarin or English, but I did my best while in Malaysia to learn some Bahasa, but I just dare not try it now. But doctors talk about patients from the patient point of view. And one of my big problems in the early days of working with this amblyopia study was a doctor we were working with would talk about the left eye, and my computer programmers would think that he meant the eye on the left on the screen, as seen on the screen, rather than the left eye of the patient. So we ended up with some wrong numbers, very seriously minus what we should get to start with. And it was beginning to understand that, and just because as now I keep saying the words amblyopia and strabismus as if they were common everyday language. And do you know what a diopter is? So one of those things we had to get over was that simply that language development thing, the understanding of one another. And that was one of my first steps, was being able to do that. So what's this got to do with games for education? I've been developing also, I have a large number of PhD students who have now finished, mostly, many of them were working in the use of games for educational purposes. And in the early 2000s, people started to think games could teach anything. There were a couple of guys who really, or three people who really stood out. G. Prensky, and I've forgotten the other one. He's on the next slide, one of his names. The problems are that games that work as games don't necessarily have to work as education. And games that work as education are not usually games, or not what children would think of as games. So although Prensky had been very successful in training games, those training games were with adults generally. Mostly the games were simulations of real world events that he involved in, and they were brilliant. There's some very, very good simulation games out there, and a lot of the training of military people who've worked in high stress situations have been done through gameplay teaching. But the game mechanic or game mechanism is then strongly linked to the learning outcome in those training games. So, okay, what's that got to do with what I'm saying? There was a time actually when you had to quote Prensky to get yourself published. It was, I learned to change mine. So this is the references from one of my papers, and you'll see there the first 2, 3, 4, the first 9 references there are to papers by guys Prensky and G and Schaefer, who were the leading advocates of games-based learning. G himself managed to learn something from the whole background, and the final paper here, Reflections on Empirical Evidence on Games-Based Learning, is his understanding that games don't just work, that you really have to do it right. And so one of the ways I used to get Prensky into my papers was to put references to why he was wrong in what he said. And that managed to get you through. It's okay to quote people as being wrong. It's acceptable, apparently. So that's why I showed you that quote. We developed games for all sorts of things. Here's an environment you may think you recognize if you've got children, or if you yourself like playing Minecraft. You will say, oh, this is Minecraft. This is actually from a paper that was in the last ECGBL European Conference on Games-Based Learning. This was run virtually last year. It's going to be run semi-virtually next year. So last year's was in Brighton. I've forgotten entirely where this year's is, but if you are interested in games applied to medicine, medical treatments, then we would welcome your contributions to the conference. I put this particular picture up because we actually used it, not this picture, but the whole idea of using Minecraft in one of our actual games. When you're teaching, if you're teaching maths or English rather than training somebody how to detect when somebody's got an IUD attached to their car, to teach people maths or English, it's much more difficult. And we did a nice experiment which demonstrated that quite clearly it's possible to develop games that games-based teaching that doesn't actually teach the stuff itself at all, and yet retail is one of the best games-based learning tools that there are around at the moment. So you do have to be careful if you want to use games-based teaching, that you get stuff where the actual ticket mechanism is good for the thing you're trying to teach. And one of the people referenced in that previous slide, Habgood, worked for a while for the Wii, making Wii-based games for the company, and he's did an awful lot of work to try and get rid of what he refers to as chocolate-covered broccoli, which is what the danger is. Some of the best stuff has been done with Minecraft worlds, and the way that works is that it works as a simulation of real-world events. So it actually involves you in your learning outcomes, and through a mechanism that is your involvement with the Minecraft world. We did one of them, as we said. It was an awful lot of work making it work, but it did work in terms of getting definite engagement with the learning outcome of learning mathematics in that particular case. So coming on to my most recent task, which is trying to treat children using games. It would seem that this would be a lot easier, because what we needed was to keep the children's attention. Now, we assumed games, all children will love to play games, and we really knew that that was not the case, having done the experiments before, that you needed to choose the right games. One of the problems we had was getting hold of enough children to do to do gamma testing, or alpha testing, should we say? No, beta testing of our stuff. And much of our beta testing was done by a 50-year-old eye surgeon who loved playing games, which apparently 5-year-old children don't. So we have a really nice suite of games, very, very nicely organized. It looks beautiful, but wasn't appealing and to all the children. So we've got 5-year-olds and 12-year-olds, and even within that age range, not just 5 through to 50, children play different games. They like different things. They like different videos. So when we were doing our clinical study, we found a lot of children not engaging with what we were doing, a lot more children not engaging with the actual treatment. And if you don't engage with the treatment, then you don't get better. So if your engagement is the vital feature. One of our other problems was that most of the hardware we've been using ceased to be available. It didn't cease to work, it just didn't seem to be available. One of the things, the eye tracker we used in our whole thing was bought out by Apple, who then shut the company down. Another problem we had was that the graphics card we needed, the manufacturers of the graphics card discovered that their graphics cards could be used for Bitcoin mining, and so centered themselves on Bitcoin rather than on doing devices for games. And then another problem we had, and I'll show you, I hope if I'm not going over my time too much, that the hardware we used involved using active stereo glasses, and children have smaller heads than adults. Their interocular distance is about 4 centimeters, whereas adults it's about 6. And so it's difficult for them to use the adult-based glasses. We had to find ways of adapting it, which didn't work in terms of the children actually feeling comfortable using it. However, we need a new approach, and you'll be glad to know we have found one. We have software now that can deliver solutions that allow the children to view. You can read as well as I can, can't you? I'm reading my own slide here. Deliver solutions that allow children to view what they want to view. So we don't have to say, we don't have to make them do our games. We can actually make them play the games they want to play. They could play, potentially could play Minecraft. Okay, at least that's it, if we can get it to work completely with everything, but we can get it to work with a wide range of video material you can get online and stuff like that. There are issues at the moment about making our browser acceptable to YouTube and BBC iPlayer and other video channels like Netflix and Disney Plus, but we can get over those. And one of the good things is with our new hardware, you don't even need to wear any glasses. So it doesn't matter what your eye interocular distance is. But the cost of our equipment is massively high. The cost of a patch is a few pence. So what we need is to be able to make sure that we can deliver the treatment in a way that will be obviously we can't get down to the cost of the eye patch, but because we don't need the follow-up surgery for the strabismus, we have other things that we're trying to say, yes, we should be able to work with. So my next problem is, how do we fund it? And then we fell into what I would call a catch-22 situation. If you know what a catch-22 is, if you don't know what a catch-22 is, this is a good example of one. In order to get ourselves going, get off the ground, get ourselves going, we need venture capital. We got some training from a group in Oxford University who are dedicated to helping people to get companies off the ground, despite the fact that we have a department of our own in University of Nottingham that's supposed to do that as well. We went to Oxford University for our training. We found lots of people who thought our ideas were sound, wonderful, but the IP, as with any intellectual property developed in a hospital or university, in fact any company that pays you owns your IP in the UK and Europe, and apparently it's not always the case in America, but I don't know what it is in Malaysia or any other Southeast Asian country, but in the UK, your IP belongs to your employer. And so we had to get the NHS group that we work with, and they needed the approval from the NIHR, who'd been the ones who'd funded our project, to get them to license it to us. But until they do, we can't get venture capitalists to be prepared to fund us. And until the venture capitalists agree to fund us, the NHS will not provide the license for the IP. So that's what the catch-22 is. This depends on this, which depends on this, and you can't get out of it. If you don't know the story, you couldn't leave the army unless you were mad, and the only people who would if you were mad, you wouldn't apply to leave the army. That was the thing. That was, yeah, that's from the Korean War. So our next move. So what do? We have a plan. We have had to develop new IP outside of the NHS patent. I've now been outside the system for 2 years. Our ideas work, but you still need regulatory approval in order to be able to do trials with your stuff on people with who are needing treatment. So getting hold of the money to do that treatment is a very important lot for us. One of the problems we had was coronavirus came along at the wrong time for us, because a lot of funding from the country in the UK has gone into coronavirus treatment. I think coronavirus came along at the wrong time for everybody. I'm not complaining. I don't think we're particularly picked on by the coronavirus, but if you're trying to develop stuff in the UK just now, it's been much more difficult to get funding for anything that was not developing new vaccines or new cures and other things like that. So what we had to do was to look for other ways of working on things, and what we've ended up doing is diversifying. Eyes and ears work together. When a human is born, they can't see. Do you know that? You don't see. You learn to see. It's not something that's built into our genetics. So the first time a baby looks at you, it doesn't know it's looking at somebody, which is very strange. They do learn very quickly, but if something goes wrong with that process, then you need to, it can lead to problems. So if one of their eyes is working less well than the other, things can happen. Ears should give indication of where the sound is coming from. And once they've started to respond to that and they look towards the source of the sound, then if the sound is their mother or father or some relative smiling at them, they will start to see and recognize and respond. And you find very, very soon they respond to faces very rapidly on the whole. But that doesn't develop the same for everybody. And sometimes it goes wrong. Can you see in my picture, the picture on the right of the screen, the person's left eye, can you get the confusion here, is wandering off. And this happens not just because this is some alien from outer space. This happens to about, I think it's something like 8% of people at some stage in their developmental process. About 4% of people have got amblyopia, where one eye is not as strong as the other. Not all of those turn into a strabismus at all, but there is a strong link between the two things. So that's what we've been trying to do. However, if the ears and brain are not connecting in the right way, the issue becomes, will the baby learn what to look at? And at the moment, for young people particularly, it's very difficult to get tests for hearing whether both ears are working together and you're doing things in the correct way. Other things happen. We get something called convergence insufficiency, which leads to a lack of binocularity. And it doesn't have to be through amblyopia or squints. It can be for many other reasons. I've been teaching computing in the last few weeks, and one of my students experiences a lack of convergence sufficiency, and she's not got amblyopia at all or a squint. So what we've got is other things that can happen. Things go wrong later on in life. Macular degeneration starts, cataracts are formed. some things can be diagnosed early, but we need the opportunity for people to take part in those, in responding to things. It's a bit like if you are called upon to do cancer screening tests because you're in the right age and stage. The whole idea is that you catch those things before they turn into something that's harder to treat. And we would like to be able to pick up macular degeneration sooner. So there are things we can do. And we've been working with another group who have started to develop a system for detecting macular degeneration and other things using an iPhone app. Notice they use iPhones. Most of the rest of the world use Androids, but doctors tend to stick with iPhones. But regulation is expensive. We have to go through something called MHRA approval in the UK. There's a lot more red tape. We also want to be regulated and made to work in the EU and beyond. And so we're looking also eventually to be CE marked. And the cost of the MHRA approval starts at about £60,000, and that's if you get it right first time. If you're testing your stuff on real patients, you need ethics clearance. You need interaction with the public and patient groups. All of this costs money, and that's before you do any programming. Okay, before you do any programming. So I'm going to take you to our website now, just so you can see. I don't know how long I've been talking for, actually. I hope I'm not gone too far. But I'm going to take you to our website now. So I'm going to try and escape from this. So there are a couple of websites to show you, one of which I now have to try and drag this into the screen. So I'm looking at the camera at the same time. I got in trouble yesterday for not looking at you when I was talking. So this is the old IBIT website. If you're interested to look at it, it's www.lazy-i-bit.co.uk. My own company website has a, I think I've still got a link to this on it somewhere. So one of the things, we were looking at the old equipment in the previous talk. When the
Doctor, sorry,
yeah, I've got
your screen is showing
I've
a
taken
different.
Yeah, I've taken it away, haven't I? Okay, you'll have to put up with me looking the wrong way. Okay, if I look at this screen, I'm not going to look at the camera. Okay, sorry about that. That's okay. So this is our original equipment that was done. This was before we started to develop it. Now you can see this is not the sort of equipment you could take into the home. Okay, this is not, that doesn't work that way. Our equipment that we now use, and I've got big problem because my there we go, that will do. So I'm not getting the whole of this thing on the screen at once. That's better. Okay, so our current, this is how we developed it and what we were using. And on the home screen, these, if I can try and pause, the problem is this is our original eye tracker back. And these glasses, okay, don't keep moving on. These are the glasses that are used. Great. Fine if you're an adult, but not if you're a small child. And so we ended up having to strap those glasses onto the heads of the children. The whole idea of treating lazy eye and amblyopia has been around for a long while. The work was funded by, so you can get all the stuff on all of those. That's the Lazy Eye Bit website. There is a link from my bit, which is mine, which is an easier one to get to www.ibitsoftware.org. That's my my own website. And let's see, can I find the chat thing to add the, where's the chat? Oh, there it is. If I add the link to that into the chat, Control C and Control V, and so that's, I put into the chat a link to this website. So you can see some of the teaching I'm doing. You don't have to go there. If you want to find out more about me, then it's up there. And if you want the slides for this talk, they're here. If you click on it, it starts to download. I don't need to download it on my computer because I've already got the slides on my computer. But if you're looking for them, they're here on my website, which I just put a link onto the thing. Just for fun, I think I've got, so there's a link to the IBIT website, the old IBIT website there. It's all a bit fast, isn't it? There's also a link to the company website. I'm working together now. My colleagues and I are working to, our company name is KL2C, which stands for Kids Love to See. Yeah. Oh, well. And if you want to know what amblyopia and strabismus are, there's a description of it there. There's a description of why it happens. And I did a lovely little picture of the different forms of strabismus, which I put together. So you can see there are different things. When you're working with the medical people, they talk about exotropia, esotropia, hypertropia, and hypertropia and hypotropia. So I did that one so that I could remember what they were. One is the eye going out, one is the eye going in, one is your eye going up, and one is your other eye going down. As I say, they're not all cases of this are caused by amblyopia. At the moment, we've found no way of treating hypertropia or hypotropia. Our treatment works well for exotropia and esotropia as a way of doing things. So those are all of those. Yeah. Okay. So you can see the current team, which isn't all of our current team. In fact, there are some more now. One of the important ones that's missing there. This is the man who speaks, he speaks medical terms all the time. He still talks to ordinary people as if they would know what all of these medical things are. He's one of my greatest friends. So he will criticize me just as much as I criticize him. So I don't mind criticizing him in public because he'll do the same to me. So so I'm now going to conclude my talk. I hope I've not been too long or too short. I just want one more slide because I felt that I was, it may have seemed a bit negative for the last parts of my process. It is hard work. Taking your stuff and trying to get it out there to be used is hard work. You can't expect to make a lot of money from it. If you get the right thing, you might make money out of it, but you won't expect to make a lot of money. But it is fabulously satisfying. In my opening slide, I talked about a guy called Kai. Kai is a 4-year-old, one of our patients. I'm not identifying him in any way that you can find him, but he was our best patient in terms of actually interacting during the study with the software. We had a limit, upper limit. They were allowed to play for 2 hours a day maximum, and he played for 2 hours a day for the entire time. And after that, this child, who would normally have ended up having to have an operation, did not need the operation to straighten his eyes.
Okay.
The lovely kid. Okay, so if you have to be prepared for the politics, hospitals, administrators, governments, everybody needs to you need to do it right, but keep it up because it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Blanchfield, for that wonderful sharing on the many challenges on, developing medical devices, and especially for IBIT software. Okay, thank you again, Dr. Blanchfield.
Thank you. I'll turn my mic off now so I don't.
All right, so now it is the time for us to hear a few words from the Dinowex 2021 Program Chair, who have been working tirelessly with her committee members to ensure the success of this event. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dinowex 2021 Program Chair, Madam Masidayu Mat Sabri.
Assalamualaikum. Hello and everyone. Hello everyone who are tuning in from near and far. Yes, our first ever International Digital Innovation in Wellness Exhibition, or Dinowex 2021, is nearing its end. I can't decide whether I am relieved or sad that this event will soon be done and dusted. It has been quite a ride for everyone in the committee to realize this event. Dinowex was initially planned to be a joint event with Identex UITM. Identex, which were established a couple of years ahead of us, sailed on as we Dinowex encountered many obstacles in trying to get our crew together and our bearings right. So sadly, we had to part ways. Even so, I would like to express my appreciation to the Identex committee for bringing the inspiration for this event and for shining a beacon for us when we were quite lost for a while. I hope that we will continue to work together in other projects and capacity. My highest gratitude goes out to the distinguished keynote speakers and invited speakers who agreed to make time to grace our event with their presence and sharing of their expert knowledge and valuable experiences in the realm of digital wellness. Thank you to our Dean, Prof. Datin Dr. Samim, for officiating the event. Thank you for your continuous support and guidance, be it throughout the Dinowex journey, but also in other aspects that helps us grow individually and together as a faculty. My appreciation to all participants that contributed their time and project ideas. Please continue to give this event your continuous support in the years to come. Do grow with us. We look forward to your familiar names gracing our event next year. To our distinguished juries who are experts in their fields, my utmost gratitude for your time and contribution to the event. We are truly blessed to be working with many learned academics who are committed in evaluating the projects to give us our winners today. Last and certainly never least, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can never say it enough. Thank you to my Dinowex 2021 committee members, my friends and colleagues. You all went above and beyond your call of duty in together building this event from the ground up. We started with an idea, and today the idea is in full bloom. I hope we will continue to water and nurture this event in the coming years so that it will be a much sought after event which will be looked forward to by its loyal participants. Before I end, I would like to give a bit of teaser for Dinowex 2022. Well, hopefully next year, COVID have died down and we can hold our first physical or hybrid event at a venue where we can have the pleasure of meeting our participants and audience. I hope to see all of you next year, face to face, hopefully, and we'll see what we have in store for you next year. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you again all. Assalamualaikum and good day.
Thank you very much, the program chair, Madam Masidayu. Ladies and gentlemen, It is true that time flies when we are having a wonderful moment. To address our closing ceremony, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Nizam Ayub, Head of the Department of Computer System and Technology, Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University of Malaya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear participants, we have come to the end of our event. I would like to thank everyone present today for contributing to the first International Digital Innovation in Wellness Exhibition, Dinowex 2021. We are also very thankful to all keynotes and invited speakers for the very fruitful talk shared with us. It is definitely very informative and inspiring. Special thanks to Mr. Azran Osman Rani, CEO and co-founder Naluri, Mr. Hazwan Najib, Director and co-founder droncall.com.my, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim E. Wahid, Medical Director and Consultant Clinical Oncologist, Beacon Hospital, Petaling Jaya, and Dr. Peter Blanchfield, Director, IBIT Software Limited, Nottingham, United Kingdom. We would like also to express our deep gratitude and appreciation to all the respected and honorable juries, international and local juries for this event. I'm very impressed with the level of commitment of everyone involved. We hope that all of you will participate again in future events. Above all, I would like to thank the committee, especially the chairperson, Mas Idayu Sabri, who has worked so diligently to make this exhibition a success. We hope the networking among us has increased as a result, and it will be served each of us well in our respective area of responsibility. We hope Dinowex 2021 has raised awareness in the vast technological assistance available around healthcare and how important it is for younger generation to be involved in STEM. Congratulations to all winners. It is time to announce the winners of Diamond, Gold, Silver and Bronze award for this event. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm very pleased to officiate the closing ceremony of the first International Digital Innovation in Wellness Exhibition, Dinowex 2021. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Nizam. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time that we have been waiting for, the announcement of the winner for the Dinowex 2021 exhibition. Let's watch the following presentation to find out who are the winners. Congratulations to all of the winners of Dinowex 2021 exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony marks the end of Dinowex 2021. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank everyone for joining us today, and I hope through our virtual exhibition today, we have better perspective towards future invention, innovation, and ideation. Now, let's watch Dinowex 2022 teaser video. So with that, thank you everyone and see you all next year.